Hello, good morning. Welcome to another ES Futures trading stream. Oh boy. Hold on for a second. Okay. All right. Welcome to another ES Futures trading stream. Today we have the first numbers of employment of the year. We have ADP coming lower than the consensus. We still have JOLTS coming at 10 a.m. JOLTS and ISM service PMI. So those two will be the first economic releases of the year and coming soon. Let me open what we have here. All right, let's check what these charts or where this chart stands now. We have a pivot, right? Kind of like a control line down here, which was very efficient for the long entry late. The second trade, I took a loss here first and closed it for a loss in these options. I don't remember which one. I don't remember the strike, but what I do remember is when I took another trade long again, aiming to take this all-time high. It happens to be the same option. It was kind of like a very much the same price. My entry price was a same price as the exit. The first when the first I stopped for a loss, that was pretty much the same price. And that's that kind of things that can be not misleading. Right, that's not the same trade. What I would say, even though it was the same options, pretty much same price, the same price I was I stopped out of the trade. It is a different trade, based on different set of circumstances. Right? It's not the same. For today, I believe, right? I believe that I think that what I'm seeing here, this POC from this day can pretty well be considered this a pivot line for today, right? Because during this day, I can see in this day was when the market tried to recover here, right? It also was where the market couldn't get back through during the rebalancing of this day. So, and what happened yesterday, that was the high of the opening range. And once the market looked above that, it never came back. It can be, I wonder if I can do it here. It can be both actually. It can be here or it can be up here too. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add another line here. But this is going to be different color. And this is going to be a distribution clause, right? Per se doesn't mean much, right? But because I'm going to consider this as my pivot level or potential level of reference. And that is the 7750. 77, if I'm going to look for a round number. There is some weakness down here coming from the same from halfback, but I mean, these guys. See what happened here yesterday, and this was there was the re-entry of the trade actually. Not re-entry. This was the second trade, right? It is the same thing. It is the same thing that traders did here. Traders did here. Let me undo splits, undo all mesh. Okay. It was the same thing that at one moment in time, right? We were talking about this. This is something that we're talking about like for 2 weeks already, right? Two weeks, something like that. This is a sequential trade, potential for a sequential trade. Very questionable lows, very questionable highs here, and inside day. And the trade basically is, right? A sequential trade is when the market takes either of the weak levels. It could have been this one. It happens to be the lower one. The trade actually is the opposite side, right? Aiming to take this one. But the next thing that happened when that trade was developing is this set of highs, right? You got 1, 2, 3, 4 highs. It is reestablished just a little bit higher, right? And what happened? The same thing that happened here happened the next day as well. But this time it's bought, right? It's bought from this I don't know if I put this before or after this day. Don't remember really. Right? The same action, right? Remember, sequential trade here, right? This is the beginning of everything, right? Don't forget about this, because this is important for what happened yesterday. The same kind of action happened. Now, yesterday, this is very well the same, and everybody can see this now. This is the first time, the second time, the third time. The more times it happens, the less likely that it's going to be successful. It doesn't mean it cannot happen, right? So just the odds of success are lower, get diminished here. And now what I'm doing now, what I'm seeing is the same exact behavior that these traders had here before, right? During these days, 3 times. Now I am starting to see, but now to the upper side, right? It doesn't have to resolve right away. As a matter of fact, you can see here the first time it extended to the downside quite a bit. Now I can see a set of lows here that is very, very questionable here, right? This would be something really, really questionable, this level here. Very, very questionable for me. I would hesitate for any long here right now, because there is something else that happens here, and what is that is what happened here during the overnight, right? They're just extending here. Being long here is extremely dangerous. Now the overnight corrects that, but the overnight itself, I mean the whole overnight, I will not consider that the weakness that here has been repaired unless it happens during regular trading hours. And until then, I will consider Well, we'll carry on this reference, right, until it is correct. We still have plenty of time. We have 2 months and a half before March, almost 3 months before March 12th, right before this contract ends. It can happen now, it can happen at the end, it might not even happen. These are just odd bases. The all-time highs is right here. Very, very, very close, right? The market had a chance to take this all-time high. The fact I didn't also is something. It means something, right? It means that whoever's doing this don't have the strength, right? Because it could have taken just really, really a short amount of effort, right, to cover these couple hundreds that we have between the current between yesterday's high and the current all-time high. So 40 years, this is my main reference. Let's check before I move to Nasdaq. I wanna add a line here. This is the current high. This is the current low. What? Where is settle? Let me check where settle is. I have settle at, and these settles and last are pretty much the same now. As the same, so there is no that's something that's remarkable here. Settles 87.75. Settle, where are you now? You are, what about you? Should I keep you? No, I'm going to do start profile. I'm going to move this cell to 87.75. Is this the one? My charts are in 2 ticks, so all right, that's it. Okay. Let me highlight this very questionable level here. I'm going to close this profile as well. Very prominent reference, very prominent overnight POC here. This is the low. This is not. If there's anything to the downside here, it seems like we may even open with a gap here. But if there's anything here, oh come on. If there's anything to the, let me save this before I can lose it. And I don't want to lose anything here. This could be something to watch. I mean, this area here, right? This area here can be the 64, can be an area for potential, if there's any downside, right? If this market fails to take the overnight high, which happens to be yesterday's highs, right? Which is very close to the all-time high. If there is no upside continuation here, that will be rejection. Prices are too high, right? It may need to come back, right? The same way it did yesterday. And I will watch this reference here. All right, that will be the 364 basically for a potential sideway or profit taking here. It is an inside day, right? To do that, this market needs to close this distribution, right? Closing the distribution puts the market inside value area and potentially targeting this side here. If this pivot is taken, we'll look to the next one, and so and you know the drill. All right. Now let's check Nasdaq now. Nasdaq. Come on, man. Move. Why don't you move? What is wrong here? Huh. All right, right there. What happened here? Okay. This. What about you, man? What about you? I don't want to do that. This would be my pivot here in this market. This area here is my pivot in Nasdaq. That is the 25,778. Why I say that? You can see what happened here. Let me open. I suspect there's something here as well. Yeah, look at this. What happened here, right? First time the market takes this area level is rejected. Second time, make a stance, finally takes in. It uses as a support. Next time there's rejection, even here, rejection here too. And finally, it's coming back again in the same fashion. The traders that took this market higher here, right, taking this high, are different than the ones that are taking now, taking it back up here. Basically because we have 25 here, 26 here, very short-term traders here, and there is potential, that these kind of traders that are here are different. I would consider the odds not to be higher than maybe 60%. All right. So let me do my lines for 25,822. I'm going to open my charts, another set of charts here. This is Bitcoin futures. You can see this was a really important reference here. Oh, this one here, because there's a big range here. Oh, I don't trade. I have no intention to trade this market ever. But if there's, I see there's a lot of interest in this derivative. If this market can establish himself up here, right, it will be creating another range on the upper side above the 91,500 basically. Coming back down here, it doesn't have excess, I have to say here. Probably we need some kind of run here to if I want to look something serious to the downside here. But if it comes down here without checking these highs, it just gives this market, right, a reason to come back, regardless how far down it can go. It doesn't mean it cannot go. It cannot go further, because this, when the market was below this 500 here, 91,500, it was, you know, the odds. I mean, everybody was looking to the downside here. What do we have? How's the dollar? This is the euro. It is just related to dollar, right? This is going higher, dollar is going lower. And dollar is a strength. There is something here related to dollar, and the same mindset, right? You know, I can see there's tremendous weakness here, a bunch of lows here. Look at the lows here, all gathered, one tick below the other, another ones here. What happened yesterday? Seems like we have some very questionable low here as well. Yeah, you know, the same thing that's happening here. Okay, if the market opens, the market may try to correct this, may give some downside here below this before it can come back into this range, or maybe even this 2-day range here. We have excess down here now, but this one here is not good. Bitcoin, we talk about Bitcoin. The Dow, oh man, this market is, I need to put some market profiles here as well for the Dow. Oh yeah, I got here. This is a volume profile. Where's the Dow? Where are you, Dow? Here. No, this is not market profile. This is daily charts. I can see there's some nice all-time highs there. Russell also pretty close to make all-time highs. If this market joins or starts or take this all-time high, there are good odds that the ES is going to do the same thing, right? Not just take these highs out, but stays up here, right? Start doing some sideways trading. This low is kind of like a go-no-go level here as well, right? The base coming from the 50 moving average suggests that this is just short-term trading we have here. After all, you got the, can you see this what you have in here? No lower lows coming. No wonder. I don't think we're going to. It's very weird to have these B-shaped markets. Rather, we see something. I believe we can see something like this. Maybe this extending this range further. down. Let me add some. Let me add. I don't have. Let me add some profiles here. Do I need profiles? Yeah, let me add some profiles here. Let's duplicate this chart. Duplicate. Where are you? Duplicate. You know what? I guess I'm going to do this in the second instance better. I'm going to do that in the second instance. Oh, what do I have? What is my second instance? I don't know if we are seeing that, but that is my yeah, this is the one. What I have there is gold and crude, and I'm going to add. I don't want to overload my fields. My fields instance, which is the one that fits directly from Sierra. This is the nice thing the Sierra has, right? It allows you to. Just a second. Just a second. Sierra allows to feed a second. I mean, I'm using the same PC here, but it allows you to feed a second PC, second tier PC, using the same data. All right. I mean, the data feeds the first computer, and the second one is a copy of the first one, basically. All right, and it what this thing does is prevents overload of a computer. Sometimes when you put too many charts in one screen and one program, it has a tendency to slow down. I found this a better way to help in that. Let me see. Let me remove some things here. Oh, this is better. I have the same issue here. Remove. There you go. Better. Okay. And as you can see, if I'm going to save this, for example, I'm going to save. The first one is not open here, right? Because that's a completely different fit. It's really nice, man. I have just discovered this. If I want to use a second computer, I just need to come here. This is really nice, right? This trading, I have put it here. What is my data settings? Here. I go just go to chart. You can see here, right? Sub instance here. You see the status is completely different. My first one has a feed directly from Sierra charts. Really nice. I like this. I really like this, because usually if you want to have a different computer feed, feed from the market, you will need to pay. You need to pay some, additional data fees. That's the beauty of the Sierra. What I was saying? Oh, I was going to put here in this one. I was going to do Russell go chart, duplicate chart. Okay, and let's change these two rules. RTY dash CME, right? There you go. RTY dash CME is going to be the same thing, but this time I will have, oops, what the heck? Chart settings. RTY is not the one. No, what? What's happening? Oh, RTY H. I forgot to put it in the contract. H26 CME. Apply. And why I do this? Just to check the odds, right? How this market. I can see here, for example, right? We were talking about if this market wants to is going to join the ES is going to have better chances to make a new all-time high and stay up there. But what I see here is a very emotional market. Right? There's a lot of distribution here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The odds that this is going to stay are not that good, right? But let me see some downside here in this market. Let me see some downside, right? Okay, it doesn't work. It doesn't want to work here. There's some downside here. Maybe closing 1, 2, or at least 3, right? Before doing something like that, or even trying to make a run to the upside. I'm going to change. I want to change this name of this thing now. F5 again. Display. It's not you. This is RTY. TPO RTY. Volume profile, market profile. Apply. Okay. Let's duplicate this chart. And now I want to have here. This one is going to be the Dow. H26. Don't forget that. CBOT. Apply all. Okay, let's change display. Let's this is Dow here. The player. Okay, so I can see here. All right. Oh, look at that, man. The Dow is making new all-time highs, isn't it? In the overlay. Oh, that is also very freaking emotional market there. Really, I mean, this is very fragile here. Okay. I'm going to go back to my regular charts. All right, I got that. I'm going to keep gold and crude and the other ones. Remember, my plan is to move these ones that I have here to the second one. So I keep this one light. I don't want to overload my feet here. You can see I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20, like 30 something. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 28 charts open in Sierra. See, the memory is 56. It's not that much, and I have, on top of that, I have OBS running, so it's not that bad really here. All right, less than half a minute to the opening. with some volume coming here, right? This can be very misleading. I don't like the fact that this couldn't make all that hum yesterday, but the market doesn't care what I like or don't. All right, here we go. Let's see if this market can check these lows here. If there's a downside here, I wouldn't expect something like yesterday, right? Like it came down and boom, up we go, huh? And that can be in the mind of traders. No, it happened yesterday and today is going to happen again, right? It's always like that. I use these nodes, this volume, nodes of volume, pretty much like a proxy for what the market can do the next day, right? When it opens, it has opened pretty much right there, right? Telling me that maybe this downside can be related to this weak lows here. 3 ticks is not going to correct this, right? It's pretty much the same. It just is for me. It's adding more weakness to this one. As you can see, it's not. I don't see downside acceleration here. At least this is just 2 minutes into the market. Right? There's nothing here, right? This action to the ups. I mean, you don't see this one, right? But there was an action to the upside right here at 1690, right? From like a couple weeks ago. That has been actually completed, right? It took the markets 2 weeks to complete that auction. Yesterday, when the market was up here, the observation was that this market field, like, I mean, the advanced field force, right? This is an unfinished action. It's being completed right now. This is better, but there can be some downside towards this, potentially maybe this area here, right? It is the high. This high is 1 tick below. No, as a matter of fact, I'm wrong. It's not one. I thought it was 1 tick below, but it is right there. It's double high we have now. High right there, the overnight. Today right there as well. This is very. I mean, I kind of like expect something to the downside, but these kind of highs don't favor any downside, man. Where's Nasdaq? Nasdaq is about to get back to this volume, right? Let's see what happens when if it gets back up here. There's a lot of chop, man. A lot of chop. right now here in this market at the opening. And the opening inside preview this range, it is an advertisement for shop. The main thing for me, oh, look at that. Look at what this market has been bought. Like at the pivot line, right? Yeah. Same thing that the ES did yesterday. Now we make, I think this can be a good low for Nasdaq. Look at here. Look at what it has stopped. Let's see if we can get something above that. About that. Not the volume. Nasdaq make up some selling from here. Let's see. This node is being rejected here so far. If it's accepted, okay. Let's see if there's something here. It will be fast. The other way is right as well. This tremendous selling that's coming from here. No, yeah. I close my long here. I just took a loss here. And that was kind of like a trader that in my bet was this node was going to be taken, right? If it, I saw selling coming here. This might become a pivot or an important reference, a potential level. I notice where this market is now. It's accumulating volume here. This dries up here. It's still an inside day. This is where the gap used to be. It's not, and notice how the market traded, right? Just enough to close the gap. Is this Nasdaq is showing some weakness now? The fact that has closed the distribution, right? Let's see if we can get something top of the 68. Let's see if this can take now this one. I don't want this market to come back inside this range. Like that, doing good. This time can take this high now. Okay, I don't want it below this 27. There you go. Let's see if this is used as a support now. There can be, I worry this, there can be some kind of slam to the downside here now to remove all the weak longs here. There you go. You got something there. Very nice. Okay, that's nice. Nicer. I'm starting to trim here. My flat. We got the new all-time highs now. Okay, this is when danger may come. Many people, many traders will feel the urge to go short now. Huh? The US is a strong market, man. It's showing that. It has, right, just enough down, enough excess here, right? I will carry this reference for future. It may be checked today, right? It might be checked today. I want. I won't be that anxious to short this market. You know, let's see what Dow is coming back inside Russell. Also, we have seen these two markets, right? Russell and Dow, they're very extended, very emotional markets to the upside. Yesterday, they may put something there, some kind of anchor for. They may drag or prevent a further advance in these two markets. Let's see. No, or what happened yesterday. Okay, there's another thing, right? Always related to yesterday. This is why it's important to be in the market all the time. When the market re-enters this range, right? Right. Market re-entered this range yesterday, puts the opposite side as a potential destination. It didn't develop because you have a pivot right there. But if it happens today, right, if it comes back today inside this range, the pivot is not that far, really. It's up here, right? And we have the overnight inventory here. Right? The overnight inventory is mostly short here. Maybe this can be some sort of correction of this inventory as well. But once this fuel ends, you know, and there's no more here, this may come down. If it comes down, I got to be very careful here because I don't want this. It can target the opposite side. Or it can target this other pivot here. My day for all purposes can be done today now. But you know, that trading is not about how much you made in one trade or another. Trading is to be in the market and observing, because what could have been done in the last 5 minutes to get to that point of execution, it has to happen. Right? I must have been here in the market for over 2 weeks and doing nothing. All right. All right. There is a strain on this market. My bad. Oh, come on. There's a strain in both markets. Markets getting out of the range. And the first period, just like as yesterday, okay? Just as yesterday. It's kind of like a really, notice that the slope of this market, very extended movement here. Maybe how much we have for? What about Nasdaq? 40. I don't check Nasdaq too much, man. Okay, how far it comes? It came all the way to 12. Nasdaq, what is the highs? What are the highs for Nasdaq? 12. Oh, 12. This is 65. So it's not that bad. It's getting close, man. Getting close really fast. And this is something I have not seen in like a 3 or 4 years, right? When we have this, for all purposes, this is a new year. This is 2026. Yeah, this could be, we can still be during the Santa's rally. This can be the extension of that rally. I haven't seen a correction yet. It doesn't mean there has to be, right? You got to be very careful to not to get too biased here. Oh, what is that movement that I haven't seen in a while? In this case, I have the all-time high here. Nasdaq is the only one that's not making all-time highs. All right, Russell is very standing, Dow's very standing, and Nasdaq is a weak market. But since I trade the ES, this is something I haven't seen. All right, I have seen weakness here. All right, adding weakness here, I haven't seen something like this. Okay? The market just goes up really fast and then comes down. You know, this is strong rejection from that. I haven't seen that kind of behavior in like as I say, 3-4 years, man. The last time I remember that happened was when the market was below the 200 moving average, and there was a rally. There was a weak but a spectacular rally towards back to the 200. And what the market, I didn't remember quite. Actually, I kind of second guessing myself. Maybe it was at 100. But it rallied really fast once the market opened. Took that reference out, extended. We have a really nice upside extension, and then it just collapses after that. I haven't seen that kind of sailing, right? Given the circumstances in which we are now, there are some also that happen. The 15 is the momentum in the 15 is to the upside. What I have in my chart, there's something that you cannot see here, is these charts actually have more in the upper side. On the upper side, as you can see, I have the 15, 15, 30, 60, 120, and there's 2 hours, 1, 2, 4 hours. Momentum in the 4 hours is to the upside. There's some kind of like a flattening line in the 2 hours, right? And below that, the shortest is kind of like a weakening here, except the 15, which is the shortest immediately after the 5-minute chart, which is very standard, right? It's kind of like a starting to, we might see some switch here. On the left side, I do have, I think these things are something that I have seen before. These are dailies. Daily ES volume profile, daily Nasdaq, and daily Nasdaq volume profile. It's just, I have noticed that if I put that on the screen, there's a better definition if I do only this part. Okay, here we go. Okay. Kind of like too fast, right? I will be watching ES. I will be watching the 69.90 or 89.50, and Nasdaq 830 as a potential kind of like support. What is the 830? 830. Okay, that's the high of the 5-minute bar. Is it? I think so, right? $30, 59.50. 10 times 59.50. All right. There is a tendency for the traders to, for example, the ES here has printed a red bar, right? Most people will be seeing red bar is to the downside. Man, the first 5 minutes it really don't have direction. It can be to the upside, to the downside. It is red just because the software highlights red if it's before the opening. Nothing else. Now the second bar can give us some better idea. No, if I use the third one, that's going to be even better. So this is today was on those rare instances in where I have done something really early in the session, right? Because opportunities, the market can, when the markets get out of balance, is when it gives us some better opportunities. I was very aware here that there could be some kind of slam to the downside once these markets come back, because at the moment they were coming back, these markets were coming back to where these volume nodes are. They were coming in sync, and that's kind of really dangerous, and especially after the rejection that we have here, and like having this tree law being corrected. There's a lot of times that this is just misleading, and it gives confidence to traders. Loans get, pilot on the up, and traders get pilot in the long side, and then that's what the market needs. Now we have an all-time high. We have an all-time high that is made during the regular trading hours again. Okay. Yesterday it didn't do that, right? it could have done. I don't have too much confidence on this market, man. And I mean, it's not me. I don't see the market having too much confidence. I guess that's a better way to put it. This chart here on the right side of the market profiles on Nasdaq, that's a 60 minutes chart. You can see the momentum is to the downside here, not in that time frame. Just got to let the market settle. Now is when I have to let the market settle. All right. There's some back and forth from this previous all-time high. This is Nasdaq. Check this out, man. Check this market. Check Nasdaq. What's happening in Nasdaq? What? Lower low. I mean, lower high, but higher lows. This is some kind of contracting market, right? There can be something here, and maybe, I mean, the all-time high, because after all, this is the only market is taking. Or who knows, right? But I know, but I mean, this. I mean, just check the monthly bar, right, or the yearly time frame on any market, man. You see what's going on. The first sign of change will be taking this high in Nasdaq. Well, let's find out where this high is. 940? Is it? Why? This is why I use Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim gives me a better. That high is 935. Remember, 935. Remember, we have data coming soon. 935. I guess that's the last thing before we can know something for sure in these markets. 935. Where are you? 935. Line. 935. Kind of like here, right? A little bit higher, right there. That is changing. That represents change. Remember that coiling structure. Okay. ISM here. I think JOLTS also. It's ISM, JOLTS. Let's see what the market does here. Coming back to the opening, the ES is taking settle back. We are back into yesterday's range. Watch out here. No, it has enough low inventory now. Now remember, Nasdaq has closed its distributions. Remember, these distributions were closed yesterday. I mean, it was closed in Nasdaq, but the ES did not do that. ES did not do that. But it's coming back into yesterday's range. Into the, okay, this is key now. Okay, I'm going to remove this. Remember what we have here. Okay, this is previous all-time high. Selling from that. Is it? Yes, it is selling from previous all-time high. That is not good, but this low is. Notice where this low is, man. Right here, right? Right there. They're buying for the same spot. I'm not saying it's going to collapse, man. I'm not saying that. After all, these markets are pretty much back where they open, really close to this node of volume. Still, there is no definition. I haven't seen any volume coming to Nasdaq yet, right? I guess that would be the first kind of sign here, right? If I have volume up here, or if I have volume down here below yesterday's node of volume. Okay, this is getting weaker. Getting bigger, but I wouldn't short just because it's high. Look at that slope. That was a good short, huh? This is just the first bar to the downside. No, look at this, man. What about volume? What is our volume? Really low volume. Yes. What's Nasdaq volume? Well, Nasdaq volume is the same. What about Dow? The Dow is back into yesterday's range. Russell is also back, almost halfway back into both markets. They are not joining. Well, look at that. Look at that. Let's see if this can close this one. I would give it kind of like a small arrow here. Just a small arrow here, this one. A small one there. I think this is correct enough. Let it go. I'll let it go. Let's see, the 69.64 could be a potential destination. How much are those options? $10 points. Wow, that's too much, man. I mean, I'm checking tomorrow's, right? Not today. This is just the first bar and the first sign to the downside. It's early in the session now, so VIX is really high. It's making new daily high. It's back and forth, right? Remains back and forth, right? Two sides of the market. Now, if I check my main reference, I got all my all my references. I got it from the 30 minutes charts, man. The 30 minutes market profile. Everything I got it from those from that chart, and that in this market, right? It has not closed this distribution. As long this one holds, okay, I think Nasdaq can also hold a little bit, or maybe if there is some break that happened there, there can be some rally that comes after that. After all, is buying from this relevant potential pivot level, right? If you got any questions, let me know. I have you made any trade? Very steep. This man, I look at this one. This slope changes. All right, the 16 also changes here. This is interesting here. But this trade is, I think this is a short, very short-term trade here. Now maybe aiming to, I don't know, maybe this low or maybe the 10 low. Oh, check it. Look at this. I just noticed. This is a very thin market out here. Let's see if this comes maybe to this area. Yeah. This market taking this high, that wouldn't be good, man. For after all, this is the first bar to the downside, right? First signal of a reversal here, but it's only all by itself. God damn, I didn't check this one here. I mean, there's so many markets. I mean, I trade, you know, I use this tool, right? I haven't seen crude and gold right now at all. But even though I have only these markets, these two, I have the ES here, this is the ES, and down below I have Nasdaq. Even though I have only these two, a lot of times I miss signals, or I miss pieces of information. I was checking Nasdaq ES. I don't have this in ES. I mean, not that close as in here. This could have been, right? Once this market takes this two here, or maybe even this two, there could be some short here. But remember, it has to be seen in context, right? It has to be seen in context. I am saying that after the fact, right? After the fact, after these charts have been printed, everybody can do that. Right, everybody can do that. After the chart has printed, oh, okay, you go short here, you go long here. But that's not how trading is, right? It would be really nice if it's like that, but it is not. We have held back there. This one has been corrected in Nasdaq as well. Uh-oh. So I don't need that anymore. previous high is not that relevant. The all-time high in Nasdaq, yeah, it's not that far, really, isn't it? You know, 100 points for Nasdaq is nothing, man. It's not like it was the ES. Crude is weak, very weak. I mean, I think crude is just news based, right? The news that I think that when yesterday Trump announced that there's going to be like 50 million barrels coming to the US pretty much by free. Well, 50 million is nothing, man. Like, now this is ES in the lower side, Nasdaq is in the upper side. Come on, man. Really? Can you agree on something? uh, I think it is happening in okay. Let's see if in Nasdaq this happens so often. Nasdaq many times is it lags, right? Lags and then joins and everything is happy ever after. Right now Nasdaq is leading. There is some drag from the ES. Let's see what's happening with the Dow. The Dow is way back into yesterday's range. Can be some make a stand here in this previous all-time high. Russell, boy, this market had a chance to reach this all-time, to make all-time high, but this is the thing, right? This is still an upside, all right? As long as this low is not taken, this is still to the upper side. But this market, right, for the ES to keep going higher, this market has to join. Right? And not just that, right? I guess the most important is the Dow. If these two markets are not backing the movement, they also advance get kind of like cap there or reduce it, right? Notice, or do you remember? Hope you remember what happened a couple of days ago. These two markets actually were moving ahead in advance to Nasdaq and ES, especially the ES. And the ES was really bad tempo-wise. Well, tempo was there was a horrendous day, kind of like watching the market, watching paint dry, but it has the support of Russell and the Dow, and the market, that market trend to the upside the whole day. Really painful day to watch, right? Because it moved like the 1 tick per minute, like every 5 minutes the market move 1 tick higher, kind of like that, right? Gold is kind of like, ooh, gold is to the downside now, really big bar there. Right. Okay. As I say, I don't expect this market to 69.50. What time is it? 15, right? Market has closed this distribution. What Nasdaq did early in the morning, the US has just doing. Remember, this can target actually this side, the opposite side now. Nasdaq is holding. Here is coming back inside overnight. I might try to test now the overnight low here. We have something here, 76, 77, right? What it is now? We have the pivot here. Remember, let's see if this one holds. Nasdaq has penetrated yesterday's range. Let's see if this pivot holds here. Nasdaq, as I say, Nasdaq held. This is a good area here for profits, man. We got the same thing yesterday, but to the upper side. Really nice structure there. I think it will come down to Nasdaq holding this distribution here. It's a spike in VIX. The penetration of the range today is different than the one we have yesterday. Clearly steep downside here now. Still, the oscillator is kind of like in the positive side. It still hasn't turned red. I mean, negative, not red. It is red, but it hasn't turned negative yet. It's pretty close, man. Pretty close. Let's see. We have a daily. This could be the key here, right? The market, this market holding the overnight low. It can be key here. Nasdaq is coming back from yesterday's range. Okay, let's see. We still have like 10 more minutes here, right? Could come back to this area. It's coming above this one here. It's coming and test the pivot. Okay. if this one is taken, the overnight can be full, and the destination, the potential destination can be the 65 or something like that. But it is all up to Nasdaq thing. Okay, holding or staying inside yesterday's range. It's still above 7. We have a double low in this, but that's look at that, man. Double lows. Traders love double lows. No lie. Okay, this double low, man. This double low is right here. The fact I think this double low would be different if it were not right here inside at this reference here. I am still holding a put here. Just one. I might let go soon. Let's see if this is the second time it comes back into. Let me do this. The second, if it comes back inside this range, right? The second time it does, that's why I put this one back here. It hasn't come back yet, right? It went through, checked the pivot, and it didn't. It's holding here. It's not coming through this, right? If it holds, we see some upside here. After all, value is higher. Now there is weakness here in Nasdaq, and the Dow and Russell also has retraced a significant retracement too. And this is a test. I think this is a test. Happens to, this low also happens to be this low. If this one falls, right, this one falls, this one can fall too. The overnight is right there too. Then we have yesterday's POC very close, and then halt back, and then finally this area here, which is the potential destination, this movement, if it happens, right? But got to monitor first. There is before getting over here, there is certain things the market has to take. Right now, look at this high here, right? We may have some upside here actually. Now the oscillator is below 0. This can be seen as an opportunity to sell here when it comes back close to 0. But you can see this is doing this. Two-way trading. So the divergence between the ES and Nasdaq here. As I say, sometimes Nasdaq is the only one that is leading, that is positive, and at the end of the day, everybody else joins, right? And now the ES is testing the rest of the day, is trading below that distribution a little bit though, not that much. 3 times coming here, that wouldn't be good, man. You know, kind of like a double low is not that bad, but having 3 lows, it's not that convincing. Now, hardback, there was a range extension here, and hardback has moved lower actually. Pretty close to 7 though. So this could be a good low though. We may have a narrow range here. After all, we have non-farm payrolls on Friday. Buying signal in Nasdaq. There's a face one though. Can be something here too. It's totally negative here. This can be a good opportunity to buy here. Oh, come on. Just stop me out, god damn it. I will check here if this crosses back this range. It's only one here. Not enough though. Let's see if NASA can take a previous period high. That can coincide with the ES getting back inside previous period range. And there we go. Come on. Another test of this distribution. This is the real test, I believe. You know, this is the whole new period here. Nasdaq, man, Nasdaq can go higher here. Look at these lows, look at these highs, I mean. These highs here. Very close to each other. Stops here, stops here. These guys may have put the stop out here. These guys may have put the stops out here. But it's higher for both. Now we have another buy here. Confirmation. I took a loss here. I just closed the put here. I don't like this. It might come. This can come back up to 69.93 actually. Okay. The ESS came back to has reached that potential area. Let's see now if it joins the Nasdaq here. Really nice bouncing ears from the pivot line. The pivot line. No, I guess I'm going to do something here. I'm going, since this one has been traded, fixed angle, lifestyle, color, license, solid, transparency. What is transparency? Huh. Doesn't have transparency. What? Doesn't have transparency. I was trying to make this a little bit dim because it was traded already. No, what I can add something else I can do. Let me see what I can do. I'm going to maximize this. I'm going to move this one slightly to the left. Okay, I know that is there. Okay, the further to the right, the more new it is. Okay. Back into previous high. Let's check what Russell is doing. Oh boy. Let's check it out. I'm sure I'll show you how important these are, right? Look at what Russell has done here. Russell has checked all these distributions now have been closed, man. Oh, look at that. Oh, come on. Now you can. Now I have closed you. You can. What happened here? What happened here? 10:30? What the heck happened here? What are the news? What happened here? No freaking idea. Now when Nasdaq has weakened here. Really weak. I would doubt any advance here. It's tremendous volume here. A big fat bar. But it has a really nice tails though. Do you have any idea what happened here? Okay, that's why I have to think of swim though, right? Let's open Trader TV. I haven't checked this in a while. This is another test of this break here actually took this lows out. I can imagine all these loans now are out. It was Nvidia. Believe it or not, ES is to the downside. Gotta be very careful here. I'm very careful here, man. This is even. I mean, the ES is to the downside. Nasdaq is weakening here with this. It is one thing having a double low here in the 5-minute chart in the ES, right? And another thing having a double low in the index that is leading the way and in the 30 minutes time frame. That is that was something that I would pay a close attention to. If there's anything serious to the downside here, right? This is adding pressure. But the market will come back and check this low here or follow the direction of this one. So far, we had those signals with Nasdaq closing the distributions, buying from the pivot though. The ES has also closed this, not just closed its distribution, but it has come back inside the range. Yeah. I think there's going to be lots of back and forth here. There is being convinced that this market is too high, it has to break. Now I'm going short. Another ones that are compiled to go long because for the exact same reason, right? 5 minutes is compressing there. Talking about the years. Now, you know, now the years after this, shake off, the movement I was having to the upside can be restarted, right? And the longs that are here, and the longs that remain are stronger ones now. And what do you think, for example, weak traders will be doing now after they saw that bar to the downside? Oh, this is a big fat bar. This is a model bar, or whatever the heck name they can put to that kind of movements. They'll be short in this market now. But in practical terms, at least it's my opinion, right? The weak loans have been shaken now. The ones that remain are the stronger ones. But it's not going to be enough for me to go long here. I need to see more. That if I take a long here, that would be me looking for a trade. I don't see anything here. I see weakness, right? I see weakness in the ES, weakness in Nasdaq. So let me show you. I was checking this before that moment, right? Let's check this market. Look at what the Russell did, for example. Right? I think this is a really nice pivot line here. That's POC, right? Down here. This can be a pivot line here. I'm not saying because what happened today, but because what happened yesterday and before yesterday. I can see there is an attempt to take this area here, and this is all-time highs anyways. But it kind of like loses steam here. Comes back, refuel, comes back, stops around this area, and then up we go. But very emotional. All the emotional trading, all the weak, late, long, laggard traders have been shaken now. How this has happened in the same way that it's happened to us. I'm very emotional. Very emotional. Let me see some sideways trading here now. Now, my bad. This is not Russell. This is the Dow. The Russell is the one that's failing to make all-time highs. I think you can see right high, rejection here, rejection maybe around this area. Maybe this high could be something to observe. I mean, this is just, I'm doing this really fast, right? We need to open this profile. Let's open this so if something shows. Let's open this one too. Okay, down here we got one, but there's nothing here. Okay, we have this one actually. Look at this. Maybe, but I will need to open this one. I would rather go with this one. Here, right? Volume, not so volume here. Even though POC is down here, the volume is up here. Here, I will do it there, man. Yes, let's check this one. Yeah, I will do this one because this is when the market stand here. Buys, sells, gets short, stops there. Once it gets through, it goes high really fast. This can be, I mean, take whatever I say with a grain of salt, okay? Down the profile. Let's remove this. I don't want zero. Now that all of this emotional trading from yesterday has been dealt with, we may have something to the upside. Now the question is, right? This happens so often. It doesn't have to happen today, but rather we may have is some kind of sideways trading here, which shows that this selling is rather liquidation than a more convincing sale, right? Now let's check the same thing. The same thing can happen in Nasdaq, in ES as well. This level here, all right, yesterday's high. Actually, no, this one is also the base of the spike. Yeah. And this is the spike to the after this period happened. Ooh, up we go. This is important. This one here. But the same thing, right? I will be observant if this distribution is, if the market comes back and close this, right? And try to chew into this area, but this, because pretty much you can see 100% overnight inventory was long on this market, has been checked, has been rebalanced, and now that the weakest ones have been taken care of, what remains can be something like this. Let's go back to trading. I have 3 screens, man. I have a lot of information, a lot of charts in this, but most of the charts that I have, right? You know, the vast majority, more than 60% of charts are ES and Nasdaq. The other ones are for to check because they have some relevance. I used to think of swim for bonds. I couldn't find bonds on Sierra. I would love to have in Sierra too also, because I would like to see the profiles. Check it out what's happening here. Right. Look at, you know, you were short in this market, right? Oh, I have another battle down, so we are going lower now. Look what's happening now. That was a shake off. Shake it off, shake it, shake it, shake it off. Look at this, man. Oh no, this is yesterday. 50, 69, 69.90. Where is 69.90? Believe it or not. 69.90. 69.90. That's to the downside. 69.90. 69.90. It's a very well. Oh, okay. This high. Huh. Okay. Unbelievable. Negative actually is what's negative? Positive. Because the differential between the bid and the ask. No, ask between the ask and the bid. So a negative number is actually a predominance buying or buyers being dominant in that level. So this one, I'm going to get rid of this one. This is a sign of weakness. There's weakness in this market. This leader high here, coming exactly from previous all-time high, is holding the downside. It's preventing a break, I believe. Now, what the heck is happening here? It is here, right? I think this is too much, man. I don't need too much. I need only two balls, okay. 11, 7% lower, 10% lower volume than yesterday. Yeah. Volume is not, it's kind of like a lower today. Right. Remember when we were talking about this, what this could be, right? Right. This was when I got a put here somewhere. I was expecting something like this. This was a good area where the market can pivot, right? When I was doing this high, but it get close to zero and turned positive and actually started to having some acceleration, right? We each increased the order this high, instead of having this movement, these lower lows, we actually may start a new trend here. So that's why I consider what Tom Hogarth says, right, about losing, right? The best loser wins here. We need to learn to lose, right? We need to accept that losses are a fundamental part of this business. Losing is, taking losses doesn't make you a loser. It's quite the opposite. But imprinting that new way of thinking in your brain is or goes against everything that we have learned since we were young, right? Getting a little bit tired here. I guess I need a cup of coffee. Seems like it's very insignificant, a very insignificant level, this, but it was relevant at the end. It's about to be corrected. Selling from here, it's a weak sell. It doesn't mean it cannot happen. Right. Now this is the current actions to the upside. Alright. This is hard to many people to understand here. We have a current action to the upside. Oh, come on, man. The current action to the upside. Fuck. The current action to the upside doesn't mean, right? Doesn't mean that this market cannot come down. As a matter of fact, this market can come down all the way down to here, right? And as long as it doesn't take this low out, it's still to the upside. The action, the current action. And when I talk about current action, I've got to remember there are multiple time frames as well. Right? I am my time frame, right? My time frame, or the time of the reference time frame is the 30 minutes. Do you remember when we talk about this? Market make a comeback here, you know, it's feeling this right above this volume area here. There's a lot of clues there. I mean, the fact that one can read the market, that necessarily means that one can trade the market, right? Actionably, you know, or tradable actions are another skill we need to learn, right? To find, and usually we don't find, right? They just show up themselves out of nowhere. You one in this case, I find myself, oh, okay, wait a minute, what is happening here, right? So something just pops up out of nowhere. Most of the trades that I take, you know, thinking that the market is going to do that because of this or that, are failures. Because I look for trades. I guess I can make this small. I don't want it to be. Yeah, that's enough. It is visible. Yeah, it is. It's fairly visible. Let's see if I can do the same thing with Nasdaq here. Can I? Yeah, I can do that. Look at that. Look at that level in Nasdaq, the one that we highlighted earlier. What was that? You remember? It was this high here, right? Potential change here, right? We have this formation, something we were marking doing this, right? And what can happen if there's some change here? If you have this high, we may see something here. The next thing would be this towards the all-time high, right? But also, this can be very important to monitor any kind of look above and failure. The market can very well look above here and retrace it. I'm not saying that's going to happen, right? This is just a lot of scenarios that we must be aware of. I'm gonna take a break here. I'm going to make myself a cup of coffee. What I was saying here, before I go, look at this formation here. This formation here. Volume, 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 same formation in ES, same formation here, adding volume to this one. And then if this market keep going, these markets now are in sync, right? Buying from the same reference, that pivot line worked perfectly fine for both of them. And now you can keep. The thing is, when I have this kind of a reference on the lower side, when the market comes back, if the market comes back, it can come really fast through this, right? It come yesterday. We have a close. What was a close? We have a lot of range in the close, right? But when this volume came, kind of like giving an indication that the market may make a stand, whatever pull back or rally may come back and close very close to this one, right? It didn't happen yesterday. It wasn't evident yesterday, but today is going back and forth from that thing, right? And if it gets too far from this now, the same thing may happen, right? Either to the downside or to the upside. It will depend on what I see. But the sign of weakness in Nasdaq are these two here, right? What I have said also over here, the fact that we have a double lows, right? A double lows, and also this market has closed, or both markets have closed their distributions, right? And have re-entered previous range. Previous range as well. Okay, but this is playing a pretty good here. All right. Hope I can come back. Otherwise, I'll be sleepy.